Morning, councillors, and welcome to our ordinary council meeting for July. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and thank them for their ongoing care of country and this region. Today we have Father Franco Filippetto joining us from St Mary's Church to do the prayer. Anywhere you'd like, Franco.
Let's gather ourselves in prayer. We pray, O God, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom and support as this council begins this meeting. Help them to engage in meaningful discussion, allow them to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of community. Fill them with your grace, Lord Jesus, as they make decisions that affect the people of this area. And continue to remind them that all that they do here today, all that they accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth and for the service of humanity. We ask this through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
And we also pray some prayers and petition for some of the needs of our world. Gracious Father, your Son Jesus has promised that you will hear us when we ask in faith, and we ask these prayers. Guide with your wisdom and power the leaders of nations, so that everyone may live in peace and mutual trust, sharing with justice the resources of the earth. Give the people of this land a spirit of unselfishness, compassion and fairness in public and private life. We ask this in Jesus' name. Enable those who are engaged in industry and commerce, media and education to fulfill their responsibilities with integrity and an attitude of service. We commend to your care, merciful God, all who are in sorrow, sickness, discouragement, or any other trouble. Give them patience and a firm trust in your goodness. Help those who care for them and bring us all into the joy of your salvation. And we pray especially for peace. We pray for peace in the midst of conflict and turmoil. We ask for your guidance and wisdom for leaders to find solutions and for your protection over those who are affected by violence. And we pray a prayer of blessing. The Lord bless us and keep us. Lord, make his face to shine upon us and be gracious unto us. Lord, give us peace this day and forever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father. Thank you. Councillors, do we have any condolences today? Councillor Watson?
Yeah, can I pay my condolences to Terry Abbott? Passed away recently at his home, surrounded by his large family. Terry was a wonderful, caring husband, father, grandfather and a friend to many, and will be missed greatly by the Grenabelle community. And also Glenn Buchanan. He was a Stanthorpe Shire councillor and passed away also recently. He was also a local doctor in the area. And I'm sure he would have delivered a lot of Stanthorpe people at some stage. So, yeah, that's all.
Okay, we have all in attendance, Councillor Pidgeon by Teams, and no apologies. The reading and confirmation of minutes. We have a recommendation that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on Wednesday, 18 June 2025 be adopted. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Dean, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Richters. Okay, all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. And we also have a recommendation that the minutes of the special council meeting held on Wednesday, 25 June 2025 be adopted. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Dean, thank you. All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Actions from council meetings. We have a recommendation that council receive the report and note the contents. Do I have a mover for that one? Councillor Windle, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Haslett, thank you. All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to declarations of conflict of interest. Do I have any declarations today?
13.6.
Is that all? Yes.
In the matter of 13.6, I am actually the council appointed representative on this panel, so technically probably don't need to call a conflict of interest. However, I feel that I've already voted on this matter in a sense because, and you can read that in the report, so I think it's not very democratic if I then vote again in this meeting. So I'd like to ask my colleagues that I stay in the room and be part of the discussion, but just I won't vote on the matter because you already know obviously what I think because it's in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Haslett. We have a mover for that, Councillor Richters, and a second, Councillor Windle. Thank you. All in favour of Councillor Haslett staying in the room? That's Councillor Richters, Watling, Dean, Windle and Hamilton. And those against, sorry, we were, and a for McDonald, and against is Councillor Bartling. Thank you. Councillor Watling, are you going to declare a conflict of interest in relation to the media relations policy in 8.2?
Sorry. Is Councillor Pidgeot on?
Yes.
She voted.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, and for.
For what purpose?
It's in relation to the media relations policy, and you've previously declared conflicts, I believe, because
Or wasn't I allowed to stay in the room?
your
When we
relationship.
voted on that? Or,
Yes, are you declaring again today?
but didn't we already do that and I've been allowed to stay in the room?
You have to do it each time.
Oh, okay.
So, would you like to consider that?
Yeah, I will, yeah. I actually looked into it and I thought that policy should, didn't really have to, but yeah, if you think I should.
No, well, it's a matter for you, Councillor Watling. I just, yeah, I just have to ask the question. It's up to you to decide if you have a conflict
Oh, well,
or not.
Yeah.
So, no, right.
No, I'll just, yeah, if you think I should, yeah, I will again.
What are you asking?
Do you want to stay in the room?
Do you want to stay in the room?
Yeah,
Like, we
I
need to
wanna
vote
stay in
on
the room,
what
yeah,
do you want?
yeah.
And I'm happy to move that.
Councillor Richters is moving, Councillor Dean is seconding. Councillor Watling, before we vote, I'll just speak as to why I raised the question. You have declared a conflict in the past because your wife works at one of the papers, but my understanding is that while you have been a councillor, you have attended on at least one occasion on behalf of the paper to take photos at something where staff couldn't go to. So I think your relationship with the paper is slightly more than through your wife.
Well, can you, let me know what the case was or when
Yeah,
I
that was
did
in
that?
relation to the Coal Society of Australia. You went and
Which one, sorry?
the Coal Society of Australia. You went and took a photo and took information
Oh,
when no one
yeah,
from the paper was available on behalf of the paper.
so that's, because I took that photo, that's a conflict, is that right?
No, I'm just saying your dealings with the paper are more than simply through your wife. If you stand in as a freelancer or a staff member for that paper, it is slightly more to me than your wife having a relationship.
Oh, okay then, yeah.
Madam Mayor, I'm so happy to move it because this is in relation to our policy,
Yeah.
not in how, once the policy leaves us, it's interpreted by a media organisation.
Okay, so we still have a mover in Councillor Richters and the seconder was Councillor Dean. Those in favour of Councillor Watling staying in the room and participating in the vote, that's everyone except Councillor Hamilton. And against is Councillor Hamilton. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the mayoral minute. Marion, I'm going to move the resolution in accordance with section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. a local government may resolve to close a meeting to the public and move into committee to discuss confidential items such that its councillors or members consider it necessary to close the meeting. That the meeting be closed to the public and move into committee to discuss the following items which are considered confidential in accordance with section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, which permits the meeting to be closed to the public for business relating to the following: the New Southern Downs Planning Scheme. This item is considered confidential in accordance with 254J3(1) of the Local Government Regulation 2012, as it relates to a matter the local government is required to keep confidential under a law of the state. That's a mayoral minute, so don't require a seconder for that, so I'll just go to the vote to close the meeting. All in favour? councillors, we have two mayoral minutes. The first one, that council apply the motorsports environs overlay to Carnell Raceway. That's mayoral minutes, so it does not require a seconder. We will go to the vote on that.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to make a public comment in that the way I'm going to support this motion today is in the interests of progressing the planning scheme.
Thank you. All in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. And the second mayoral minute, that council not apply the motorsports environs overlay to any properties in the vicinity of Carnell Raceway. All in favour? That's councillors Haslett, Richters, Pigeon, Dean, McDonald and Hamilton, and those against councillors Wantling, Bartley and Windle. Okay. Moving on to notices of motion, we have a notice of motion from councillor Richters. The council undertakes public consultation on road name changes in Rosenthal Heights to remove confusion over Washpool Road. Councillor Richters, you are moving. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Wantling, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I won't say too much about it, other than I'd like to move to table an email that I received, which was what initiated this issue. It goes into a lot more details about other incidents that have occurred on the road. So I'd like to move that be tabled as a procedural motion.
Can I have a email first?
Sure.
Because I think we have in our standing orders just a few conditions around documentation. Just make sure it's. Councillor Richters, would you be, in terms of tabling this, the second page has some names of residents who have had accidents. I think that probably
Oh, sorry.
black lines
Yes.
as well. Are you happy if we
I'm
accept it on that
intended to
basis?
redact all the names, so I'll just miss that, sorry.
Okay, thank you. All in favour of the document being tabled as part of the meeting? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you.
So thanks, Madam Mayor, the email goes into more detail about issues around Washport Road. What I'm asking from my fellow councillors today is that we initiate a period of consultation with the community to hear their feedback and their thoughts. Obviously, I have put forward a suggestion, but I'm happy for the community to put forward their suggestions or provide feedback saying that they don't think it should change, or either way. But I think that I've put forward a suggestion which I think would be reasonable. Also happy for public consultation to say otherwise, and that's what I'm asking.
Are you speaking against all this? I'd like to move a procedural motion. I fully understand councillor Richters raising this, because I totally agree that it's a lot of confusion out there from my perspective. But we did have this brought to us in a CIS recently, and councillor information session, for those who don't know what a CIS is, that may be online. And it was agreed at that information session that we required some more information from staff before we proceeded any further with the name changes, and we haven't received that information as yet. I do totally agree that something needs to happen, but I would prefer to get all the information to hand, come back to us again in another CIS, and then work forward from there and definitely go out to public consultation.
Okay, Okay, so that's a procedural motion to lay it on the table. Does anyone want to speak against that procedural motion?
You can't debate a procedural motion.
Shall we go to a vote? All in favour? We have councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Dean, McDonald, Windle and Hamilton. Those against, councillors Richters, Wantling and Bartley. Thank you. I am now going to move a procedural motion that we adjourn our meeting in order to be able to attend the opening of the Country University Centre in Warwick. All in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, and we reconvene at 11:15 a.m. And moving on to item 8.2, we have a second notice of motion from Councillor Richters that Council resolves as follows. The current council media policy is set aside to the extent of any inconsistency with this resolution until a revised policy is adopted. Until then, all media releases must be provided to all councillors at least 1 hour before public distribution. All responses to media inquiries must be shared with all councillors at the time of issue. No release or response naming or referring to a councillor by name or title may be issued without that councillor's prior written approval. Councillor Richters, I take it that you are the mover of that motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bartley, thank you. Councillor Lindell.
Through you, Mayor Melissa. Apologies, Joel, but I'm going to move a procedural motion that this lay on the table because this policy needs to be reviewed in its entirety to ensure that we've covered off on all points that may need to be changed or added. I don't agree with just changing a policy in this manner as today. I think we need to make sure that we look at this holistically and through the whole policy overall and get it right once and for all so that we're all happy with it.
Okay, so going to a vote on that, on this one lying on the table. All in favour? We've got Councillor Pigeon, Dean, Windle and Hamilton, and those against. We have Haslett, Richters, Wantling, Bartley and McDonald. Going back to the motion, Councillor Richters.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't think there's much to explain, other than just to say that I think it's good business practice for councillors to be given a heads up on media releases before they go out. The responses to media inquiries was shared with councillors at the time that they were distributed at the start of our term. That was changed without reference to councillors on it, and I believe that practice can have continued. And the last one is more of a courtesy rather than due process, but also is a common practice amongst every council that if you're named in a media release or a response to the media, then your permission is sought before that's released.
Speaking.
Oh, sorry, and obviously the intent of this is that this will be in place until such time as the media policy does come back to council, which may be this year, maybe next year, who knows.
Okay, I might speak against because I think it probably heralds a few potential amendments to the motion, so I might do that to speak first against to open that up. I do agree with the Deputy Mayor that it's not a good way to do policy ad hoc and piecemeal. The strong advice always from governance and from LGAQ is that we do holistically review our policies because otherwise you get unintended consequences. I think in particular in 2A, all the other policies that I have looked at have not had a hard time limit in them, and that is actually going to mean that this council misses a lot of media deadlines because often with the media cycle with our newspapers, we get questions on a Monday morning that has to be back to them by midday, and the drafting and approval process just does not give us that window of opportunity. Other councils tend to say that they will try to provide them ahead of release where possible. I think the 2B, I have a problem with this one because we set in this room policy. This is delving into process. We set the policy and then the CEO and the staff set the process underneath that policy. Now, in terms of how they deal with the workflows in comms and marketing, that is a matter for the CEO and the staff. And I think if we are going to start doing process and procedure in our policies, we are stepping over the line in terms of what our role is council. And in relation to 2C, all the other policies that I've looked at absolutely limited to where a councillor is being quoted. And of course you have to get their approval to be quoted. But I cannot find another policy where actually referring to a councillor by name or title requires the prior written approval of that councillor. And I think from an organisational perspective, that opens a lot of problems for the organisation, particularly in relation to councillors that may, where the organisation is being asked for clarification from the media, the organisation needs to be able to respond and can't be in a situation where a councillor can go out and say something that is incorrect and then block any clarifying response. Those are my problems with what we're doing at the moment, and as I said, I'll herald that subject to the discussion, I might move some amendment motions to this, but I'd like to kind of hear some discussions around the room before finalising thoughts on amendments. Is there another person speaking for the motion?
Through you, Mayor. I just like to ask a question. So can you just repeat what you said about with councillors when the reply is for that councillor?
Yes, so the practice at the moment is that if you are quoted as a councillor, say a portfolio spokesperson, or there is a quote from you in a media release, your approval is sought to that quote, and it goes around from the comms and marketing team, and no quotes go out that haven't been approved by the councillors.
By that councillor?
Yes, and other policies do actually specifically refer to that, and that is the practice, and there is I don't see any issue with having something along those lines when we do the policy review. No other policy that I've found actually ties the hands of the organisation in this way to issue clarifying statements that may be at odds with a councillor, and I think that it's quite important for the organisation, separately to council, to be able to do that in circumstances where it's important.
Yeah, it's just I've had circumstances where the reply has been without me knowing. There's been replies done from comms or from you actually without me knowing. You've just sent a reply on my behalf.
No.
Yeah.
Councillor Wonderman.
Yep.
As a
A quote from you. A quote from you would never be issued without your
No, you
consent.
replied to the media release on my behalf.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you continue speaking, Councillor
Sorry.
Wonderman, as
Yeah,
your...
that you replied to that media on my behalf.
We're up to another, that was an against, that was a for, we're up to another against if someone wants to
Just
speak.
a question of clarification, can we have some specifics on that particular incident in the council?
Yeah. I was asked a question from one of the media teams. I was sent out a question and I said that I would like to approach LJQ before I replied. I sent it back and then it was the mayor put out a reply on my behalf. I answered that question on my behalf.
I did not answer the question on your behalf. Council was asked for a statement in relation to something that happened, and it was issued in response to that question. It was not issued on your behalf, Councillor Montlang. You can respond on your own, and it was not done on your behalf. It was a specific question to me and council from a media organisation.
I beg to differ. I thought that that was sent to me and that's why I asked to.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I just need a clarification on the point. Thanks, Mayor.
I'd like to speak against the
Yeah.
motion, if that's what we're up to.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't support to lay it on the table is I've seen this happen with other policies in the past where we put to lay something on the table and it sits there for months and months and months and we never get back to it. I don't disagree that we might need to look at our media policy. I don't particularly support these amendments. I think it's a bigger piece of work, but rather than laying it on the table, I think we should deal with this, we should move on, and if we need to look at it, then we look at it and we do it properly. For that reason, I'm not going to support this particular motion, but just making it known that that doesn't mean that I don't think our media policy needs review, but I don't think these are necessary or useful particularly.
Yep. Do we have any more fours? Councillor Bartley?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Policy is a living document. Can be reviewed at any time at the request of any councillor. And he can put a time frame on when he wants it reviewed. It doesn't have to stay pigeonholed for any length of time. We can put a review requirement date on it. In the meantime, I see Councillor Richter's and what he's trying to achieve here in the short term. And if we review the policy sooner than later, then these can be considered in it. In reviewing a policy, it needs to be a workshop, not just a CIS, where we can espouse opinions and have input, where a CIS we don't, we only ask questions. So it's important that these types of issues be workshopped, and all policies should be workshopped, not just CIS. So I would support this as a short-term solution till we have the review of the policy. And obviously, from the sentiments around the room, it needs reviewing.
Agreed. Is there anyone else who wants to speak against? Councillor Dean?
Firstly, I wanted to, thank Councillor Richters for trying to be proactive in the realm of getting things done and what have you, and I do think we do need to review it. However, I think the points that he's raised, I don't think that they necessarily should be implemented, and so I do agree with point C, though. I think that's definitely, we should always refer to the councillor who is being referred and get their written approval, for sure. But the other two, I don't necessarily agree with, so I think that I am going to vote against the motion.
Thank you. And your for?
Question.
Another question, yeah.
Through you to the CEO. CEO, do we have a time frame that you believe that this policy would come back to council? Do we have some idea of clarity as to when we think it will be?
Through you, Mayor, if it was laid on the table, it has to come back the following month. If councillors want that review, I'll take it.
Thank you.
Councillor Pigeon. Oh, just a second, Councillor, the volume's not working. Try again?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
If it is LGAQ's advice to review the whole policy, is there any way possible of bringing this policy back to assist sooner rather than later? To do it as a whole process rather than just bringing in this now?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to I think rather than doing amendments, we'll go to a vote on that motion. Those in favour? Sorry, right.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I find that a little bit disappointing that some councillors around the room won't support this. I think it's very straightforward, it's very basic. I would agree with some amendments, like for example, I take heed of what the Mayor said about the first point, maybe that it could be, where possible, could be added to that one. Maybe the bottom one, yes, I do, regardless of whether being quoted or not, if council is being mentioned in a media statement, then you should seek their approval. Maybe even if the council doesn't approve, it could still be released, but you have to at least sort something from that councillor in the first place. But beyond that, I think anything else is unreasonable, and I think that there's certainly been instances during our term of council where these issues have come up, and maybe it hasn't affected you, but it has affected your peers. So I just make you think about that.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. Those in favour? Councillors Richters, Wantling, Bartley and McDonald. And those against? Councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Dean, Windle and Hamilton. We don't have any correspondence or petitions and joint letters. We have a portfolio report from the Deputy Mayor and a recommendation that Council's Inspired Communities portfolio report be received. I take it you will move, Councillor Windle, and seconder, Councillor Haslett, thank you. Would you like to speak to the report, Councillor Windle?
Well, I'll take the report as read. Once again, it's always a pleasure to do these reports, and I think that it's a great opportunity for us councillors to be able to provide the residents of our region with some of the things that we actually are involved in throughout the region. It's we go through some very difficult times. We have to make some very difficult decisions as councillors, but it's always nice when we can actually report on some of the nice things that we get to do out there amongst the community. So I think that I've covered off quite well in all those things that I've been doing just of recent. And as I said, I'll take it that the report's been read.
Thank you, Councillor Windle. Is everyone okay going to a vote on that?
Can I just congratulate everyone involved with the tourism industry on taking on silver? Like, I think there's been a lot of work done over a lot of years with a lot of people to get to this stage. It's a very competitive market, and I think we've done very well as a community.
Absolutely, thank you, Councillor Windling. Okay, going to a vote on that, all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to the Chief Executive Officer Status Report, we have a recommendation that Council receive and note the Chief Executive Officer's Status Report. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Dean, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. Are there any questions or comments, councillors?
Oh, just one moment, I don't know whether to proceed or not. That status report from the CEO, there's a few councillors with conflicts in relation to that item. Should they have been declared today or not?
Which item? The update on 15.4. Some councillors left the room last time. I think when it's receiving and noting a report and there's no debate, I don't think it's an issue. It's also up to the councillors. Yes, it's up to the councillors themselves. There was a question on agenda item 15.4 from the last meeting, which some councillors have declared a conflict on. I think that's, the councillors themselves.
Given that it was only receiving and noting, there was I didn't see the need to declare another conflict. But of course, if somebody's going to make discussion on that particular one, I will leave the room.
Going to a vote on that. All in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. Item 12.2, the events strategy. We have a recommendation that Council receive the updated events strategy 2025. Councillor Richters, as the portfolio holder, would you like to move that motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Haslett, thank you. Would you like to speak to this, Councillor Richters?
Yeah, as obviously only a very minor improvement on what we have, and I acknowledge that we're going to be going through a larger process of reviewing the event strategy into the future when we also review the tourism strategy as well. Obviously, given that this is only a minor change, I'm happy with it, but I think we are missing an opportunity to acknowledge some of the other events that happen around our region. Obviously, I've been very supportive of us getting more festivals across our region, some more national and state festivals that encourage people to visit our region from outside of our region. And I feel like that could have been something we could have added during this small review, but nonetheless I look forward to having that conversation when we look at the larger review.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. Anyone else want to speak to that?
I've just got a question for you, mate. Or probably, being that it's 4 years old and only 6 months to go, did we only review that because we had to change those events, or did we take?
Councillor Windling, question to me.
Which one?
This one.
And we're asking you the questions?
Yes, through,
Okay.
questions through the chair, yeah.
All right, so those questions, so because it's nearly out of date in 6 months, for what purpose do we do this? Yeah.
Okay.
So, through Mayor, the response to that is twofold. So first of all, councillors, you may recall that this was discussed previously, that the event strategy had been written, but our understanding is it hadn't formally been adopted by council. So to be adopted, we wanted to make sure that it was as up to date as possible, so hence why it is before you today for adoption. You may also recall that as part of that discussion, our tourism strategy is out of date and also needs to be renewed and redone, and within that we'll be incorporating any amendments that may need to occur to the event strategy at that time.
Yeah, it's just that I think in there it said that it says a chance to include the event strategy into the tourism strategy. So that document will be obsolete, is that right, the event strategy one?
No.
Will become, so we're not combining the two together?
We'll know that further when we go down the track of the event strategy. Sorry, the tourism strategy is the authorising environment for the events.
I have one comment that the report says that the event strategy could be uploaded to the council website. I think I would definitely like that to happen rather than be a could be. That could be taken on notice. Anyone else on that one? Otherwise, if we move to a vote, all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to item 13.1, we have a recommendation that council receive and note the financial performance report as at 30 June 2025. Do I have a move of that? Councillor Windle, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Haslett, thank you. Do we have any questions on that, councillors? I might start then while people are checking. I just had two questions for staff. One is in the balance sheet on page 53 of the agenda, the difference in receivables from budget to actual, is that a timing issue?
Yes, it's a timing issue because we're still finalising grant approvals.
Right, okay. And my second question, also on the balance sheet, the capital works in progress, 15 million budgeted, but we're at 25.4 million. Can I just get some explanation over?
Through you, Mayor, I think I'll get the CFO bit.
Councillor through the chair, Madam Mayor, we are still progressing on our bits for it's part of the financial year. So we're doing the report basis now. We're sitting at $30.4 million. The emails specialising with capital projects.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I thought I had it on silent.
Right, so we are having a year with a much higher capital works in progress than budgeted. Is that because we're doing the catch up and moving the capital works forward?
Through you, Mayor, I'll certainly answer that one.
Yeah.
The whip was probably good to answer on the CFO. Obviously, we've got some carryovers. A lot of those carryovers are the multi-year projects, and that was because we had a very poor start to the year last year. If I remind everyone, in sort of October, we had about 4% of the capital. This year, we ended up with about 76% completed with both actual and committed. So it was a really good recovery from the team, to be honest. We've now put in place a number of steps to actually improve our capital delivery, including a capital PCG that we run every month. We've also now got committed Gantt or project charts for every project that is now for both the carryovers and also the new projects. So I suppose we've put a lot of steps in the process to actually improve our capital delivery. We're also currently recruiting for a PMO manager, which will add that additional strength across all departments. And so I was actually happy with the progress in terms of actually the completion from a very slow and poor start. And obviously we want to do a lot better this coming year, and I think we're pretty confident that we'll do that.
Thank you, Nick. I think that's actually really good to hear, the 76% number. I think most councils aim for about 80%
Correct, ma'am.
on a year, so we're getting very close there to that target, 80%. So that's good to hear. Thank you. Councillor Watley?
So that 80% or that's committed though as well, isn't it? That's not what's been done by the end of the financial year.
And through you, Mayor, that's exactly right. So it's contracts that are let out, And most of those are actually the large multi-year projects. So our carryover from the actual projects that were previously programmed to finish by the 30th of June was only around about the $6 million mark. And again, we want that better, not stepping away from that, but also we've now improved all the processes so that even now, as in July, a lot of our projects are actually commenced, where in October last year, a lot of them hadn't commenced. So those improvements will actually bring dividends in terms of the completion rate for the next financial year.
Yes, councillors? Councillor Richards?
I'm a little bit disappointed about the 51% of the capital budget at the end of the year result, because I thought that we were going to be closer to the 80%, 75-80%, based on the conversations that we had been having previously, and I think 51 is a disappointing.
Yeah, it's 76%.
No, it says 51.
Through your mayor, so that's committed and actuals.
Oh,
So a lot of the big contracts, which are multi-year contracts, for example, the landfill contracts, which are undertaken not by my department but other department, they've actually got those contracts now in foot, and the contractor actually got that work underway. And they were a multi-year project. So at the start of every year, for those projects that don't neatly fit into financial years, because a lot of our projects are actually, just like the Work for Queensland projects, are almost over 3 financial years. There's estimates made at the start of the financial year how much of expenditure for that multi-year is done, but it's only an estimate. And obviously last year a lot of those estimates were probably not that accurate, and so we've now cleaned that up. So you'll find a lot of that percentage is actually about those multi-year large projects for the landfill, the water projects and such like. What we want to do is get better accuracy in terms of the split of the expenditure on those multi-year projects across different financial years, but we also want to make sure that the projects that we do commit to try and get completed by the 30th of June are now going to be undertaken, and that's that process improvement that I spoke about before.
So I'm, so like I said, 51% I'm a little bit sad about, but look, we're in the new financial year now, and I look forward to seeing some better results this year.
No doubt that we will see that, councillor Richards.
I'm hopeful.
Okay, should we go to a vote on that one? All in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. Item 13.2, we have a recommendation that council receive the external audit interim report as part of the 2024-25 external audit. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Councillor Richters, and second Councillor Huslett. Thank you. Do you want to speak?
No, I'm happy with it.
I actually did want to, again, as in our audit risk meeting the other day, commend the staff for really good progress in terms of our audit results. It is fantastic that we have had no new issues in the interim audit, and they are closing out the issues from prior years. And I think, it's been a big journey for the staff trying to deal with all of those prior deficiencies, and I think they deserve a big congratulations for the effort that they've made to get us to this point with our audit. Shall we go to a...
Probably, Mayor, I probably would like to add on to that, when we came to this term of council, there was a significant number of things that were outstanding, that had been outstanding for a long time. So, I do also want to commend the staff on how they've been able to pick up the ball and get the governance really kind of churning over at the rate it should be.
Okay. All in favour of that one? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to the item 13.3, we have a recommendation that council adopt the Southern Downs Local Disaster Management Plan, which has been reviewed in accordance with section 59 of the Disaster Management Act 2003. Councillor McDonald, would you like to move that? Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Dean, thank you. Would you like to say?
Thanks, Mayor. This is a comprehensive regional review of our infrastructure, logistics and regional capabilities. The document itself goes into a great deal of detail in regards to the services that we work collaboratively with, being the police, RFS, SES, and the list goes on. Sometimes when I'm chairing that meeting, it can be up to 30 different individuals representing various organisations around this region and also Queensland. So it's quite an impressive group of people coming together. The information that is available there certainly assists our community. If I was in defence, I would say that I would almost make some of it classified because I wouldn't necessarily give out all those details, but it does show us the capabilities that we have within this region, and it also does outline some of, what I would say are vulnerabilities and where we need to step up as an organisation, and where other organisations, for example, AMBOs and police, if we have vulnerable citizens such as those in nursing homes, those that are homeless, etc., they're already identified in these documents, a lot of them. So there's been a great deal of work go into it. I'm quite impressed with the document itself, and I thank those that have taken the time to put it together. So thank you very much.
Does anyone else want to?
Just quickly.
Councillor?
Mayor, I've noticed there's been some changes in the list of evacuation centres. Can officers outline how and when this information will be communicated to affected communities, particularly in the smaller townships?
So through me, there is also some plans and simulations plan. That will also come back to council. One is an evacuation sub-plan and also the evacuation centre sub-plans. They are identified. The reason they're reviewed annually is to make sure that we get the right fit. Because like some of these locations that we have, when we have different events, looking at it, they don't actually align with where we need to take it. So those sub-plans will be brought back to a future council for sign-off as well.
Anyone else? Okay, all in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to item 13.4, we have a recommendation that council rescind part of the resolution made at the 18 December 2024 Ordinary Council meeting. More specifically, item 4, which resolved, note the Chief Executive Officer's advice that the move of the Warwick Visitor Information Centre into the former Wattle 2 space be deferred, and that the Warwick Visitor Information Centre volunteers be advised, and 2, approve the relocation of the Warwick Visitor Information Centre into the area formerly occupied by Wattle 2. Councillor Windle, would you like to move that as
I'd
the...
like to move it, but I'd like to add a dot point 3 if I could, please. As an
We
amendment.
will move the motion and get a seconder. Councillor McDonald, thank you. Do you want to do an amendment?
I would like to just add another dot point in there, that the dot point 3 be that the long-term solution for the Vic be brought back to us in a information session in September, please. September, or I'm happy with October. October, I'm happy with that.
What about the other wording?
Yeah.
Screen's frozen.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like you.
yeah, so if we could add Warwick in front of Vic. That's what you said, the long-term solution for Warwick. In October. Okay, so that, we'll vote on the amendment motion. Those in favour?
We got a seconder for that.
I think so.
Yeah.
Cynthia.
Thank you, I just wasn't sure.
Question to the Deputy Mayor. How long are we going to talk about this for? So we've had a presentation from our media team, we've had a presentation from other people who are interested in having it. how many more council information sessions do you foresee we're going to have to talk about that before we can come to a decision?
Yeah, the CEO.
I can provide you an update if that would be helpful to answer your question. At the moment, the building is undergoing a heritage and safety assessment, and we've been waiting for the outcome of that report to then understand what condition the building is in and if any remediation work may be undertaken. We believe that that report will be finalised and back to us in time for a briefing in October. But from there, we're not quite sure because we don't know what the findings are yet.
Councillor Wilson?
I'd have to agree with
Are you speaking?
Councillor Rickers. Yeah, I'm speaking to you.
No, sorry, is it a question?
No, I just, I'd
If you'll
just like to
then
speak.
wait, because I'll let the mover go first and then we'll come to for and against.
Well, I agree with Councillor Richters too. I mean, it has been, we've talked about this off and on for quite a very long time, and I just want to see the long-term solution, whether it's in the town hall, whether it's in Leslie Park, whether it's wherever it is, but I want the long-term solution brought out so that we can make a decision.
Does anyone want to speak against the amendment motion? No? Okay, for, we'll go Councillor Watling.
Because of the previous incident, is there any way that we can make this a priority or hurry it up, considering the incidents that happened recently with the bloke with the knife? I think the volunteer safety is a pretty important thing. So is there any way to...
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. That's why we brought it back for this council meeting as urgent business.
Yeah,
It's very serious.
but from now, can we actually make it a priority?
Yes.
Councillor McDonald.
I'm not speaking against it, Mayor, I'm speaking for it. I think in this situation, council has a duty of care to ensure that its staff and employees are looked after. If there is an immediate threat that has been identified, we have no choice but to act. And as the CEO has pointed out very quickly, there has been a number of comments in the media in regards to council and its handling of certain situations. I would like to raise comment in regards to that. We have to look after the welfare of our staff. The world is a changing place. If our staff need to use body cameras to ensure that they are recording a situation that is occurring in front of them because they have no idea of what the situation is they're walking into, then we as councillors have a responsibility to ensure their safety, and therefore sometimes that type of equipment is required for the job that they are going into. There might be a dog on the loose that might be trying to attack them. You don't necessarily know what the situation is, and they don't know what they're about to be confronted with. It's not heavy-handed. This is about us as councillors making sure that our staff and our employees are looked after appropriately. We do not know, and in this case, the workers that were in that building had no idea of what they were about to be confronted with. And whilst that became a police incident, other people don't know necessarily when they knock on a door what they're about to be confronted with. We are in changing times and in a changing world. We have a responsibility from a WHS perspective to deal with this as fast as possible as councillors. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald. Does anyone else want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Dean.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the staff for bringing this to the next available OCM and to thank them for taking it so seriously. Just wanted to say that, so thank you.
Okay, we'll go for a vote on the amendment motion. Those in favour? That's councillors Richters, Haslett, Pigeon, Hamilton, Windle, McDonald and Dean. Those against? Councillors Watling and Bartley. And now we go to the original motion as amended. Do you want to speak again?
Just briefly, Mayor, I acknowledge Councillor McDonald's comments there about safety, and it's not just staff that we're looking at here or that we've got to take care of, it's volunteers as well. And they are the face of our community in that visitor information centre, and they deserve to be able to go in there each day and feel safe. So I think this is a great move in the interim, to get them across the hall into the bigger space where they've got an entry and an exit. So if there is a situation, they do have an opportunity to leave if they have to. Let's hope that that doesn't happen again. But this is a good move in the interim, but I look forward to finding the long-term solution for the visitor centre very soon.
Does anyone else want to speak again? Or should we go to a vote on that motion? Those in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 13.5, we have a recommendation that council approve the execution of the attached memorandum of understanding with the Stanthorpe Art Gallery Society and Warwick Art Gallery Inc. Councillor Hustler, would you like to move that? Thank you, and Councillor Windle, second. Thank you. Okay, over to you.
I don't really have a lot to say. I think it's all there in the report. This has been a long time coming, far too long in my opinion, and I'm very, very pleased to see it finally at this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Hustler. Anyone want to speak against the motion? No. Anyone else want to speak for the motion?
Would like to, through you, Mayor Melissa, just to add a comment that, as Councillor Hustler has said, this has been a long time in the making, but it has been communicated with quite intensely and quite heavily with the volunteers and the staff of both art galleries and the committees. So I think there's been a lot of toing and froing and a lot of changes made over the time to get it to this point, but we're here now, so it's good to see it finally presented to council.
Yeah, I'd like to similarly say it's good to see it being finally brought up to council, and I think, as usual, I just want to say that we get an enormous benefit out of the volunteers from both of the art galleries. It is a staffing level that we couldn't actually fund from council, and as such the services that they provide are an incredibly cost-effective way for us to operate two very good galleries in the region, thanks to a huge number of volunteers. So, okay, going to a vote on that one. All in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Next, item 13.6, we have a recommendation that council approve the public art application Brock Park Photographic Murals by local artist Sandra McEwen, as recommended by the Public Art Reference Group, subject to the applicant informing the community of the proposal prior to it proceeding. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Windle, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Dean, thank you. Opening up for discussion.
Thanks, Mayor Melissa. Yeah, look, I'm really pleased to see this recommendation on our agenda today. I think it's a great piece of work by Sandra. I mean, I do hold her in high esteem for the work that she does throughout the region. She's put together some wonderful photographic exhibitions through the art gallery in Stanthorpe, and it's been very well received, and I think this is just a great honour for her to be able to display some of her work, even if it's on a toilet block, but it's still in an open space where it's going to be seen by many, many people if it's approved today. And I think it's bright, it's really beautiful. So I thank Sandra for taking the time to put this proposal together, and I will be voting in favour of it.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Okay. Would you like to go for the motion, Councillor Wonder?
Yeah, I had a phone call from Judy Pitchen last night. She tried to get on to you, Morwenna, and mustn't be able to. And
I've spoken to her too.
Oh, yeah, she said that whatever, she didn't realise what the email got to you, but she said her father would be very happy with the outcome of the toilets and what was there this time, she said, yeah, so.
That's really good to hear. Thank you, Councillor Watling. Yeah, look, I would like to say not only does it look visually really fantastic, I think it, so many people come out of the Southeast Queensland corner to our region because it is so beautiful and we have so much to offer. The bird watching information that we've been putting out through the VIX has just been flying off the shelves, and I think this just highlights to people why they have come to the area, and if they're going to be going to Girraween or any of our national parks, what they can hope to see. So I also think it from a council perspective, it seems to be a good design in that it is able to be easily restored following any vandalism, which has been an issue with some of our facilities. So I really like that it's looked forward to that and actually come up with a design that makes that not a big issue for us as a council. Anyone else? Councillor.
Just to make a comment on it, which I think if you read the report you can see it, but just I really like about this that it's photography as an art form. Almost exclusively the rest of our murals across the district, which are wonderful paintings. I just love that we're kind of expanding out into a new and a different genre of art on, you know, in our public spaces. I think it's great.
Just add one more thing there too. You mentioned about the bird life and how it's well received. Every time I go into the Stanthorpe Visitor Information Centre, I pop in every now and again to say hello. And one of the things that moves the most in the Visitor Information Centre is the books that they have there on the bird life in the region. So there are a lot of people out there that appreciate that, and I'm sure that this will be one of those things now that they will just be able to drive around and around and around and keep looking at it if they want to.
Going to a vote on that, all in favour? That's everyone except Councillor Haslett, who's not voting on item 13.6. Item 13.7, we have a recommendation that Council receive and note the fourth quarter update of the 24-25 operational plan. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Dean, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Haslett, thank you. I would note that we have now adopted the 2025-26 operational plan as part of our budget meeting a few weeks ago. So this is the last update on the previous year's operational plan. Is there anyone who wants to ask any questions on that? Councillor McDonald.
Yes, Mayor, through you. Just on objective 2.21, which is in regards to the gravel pits. That was looking at completion by the 30th of June 25, and it says further investigations will be completed on feasibility. As I see this as possibly a cost-saving measure for our council, I'm just wondering when we actually think that that's going to be completed, and as to whether we have an update in regards to how that's going.
Through you, Matt. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Those works are nearing completion, and we look forward to presenting it at ASIS in the next 2 months.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Just through you, mate. Just when these operational plan items are completed, do we get a brief on every single one as they're completed? An outline on as they're completed? Do we get some sort of brief on that?
Do we? No, sorry, through you, Mayor, the formal reporting mechanism is the quarterly report through the OCM.
Yeah, okay. It's just that there's not much description there, that's all of.
Yeah, and if there are ones where you would like further information, Councillor Watling, just put a request through on the specific ones. Yeah. Just for instance, the employment engagement survey, if we can just get an update or some sort of outline of what happened or how it went. What number?
Where was it?
In the objectives.
Yeah. Yep. I'll have to find it again.
Yep, Mayor. Through you, sorry, I'm just going to flip backwards and forwards, it's upside down. Objective 2.33, consult and coordinate with Department of Main Roads, Transport and Main Roads, and try and increase the number of roads accessible by higher productivity vehicles. Obviously, given the transport industry within our region is so large, I'd like to hear some level of update in regards to that particular question as to how we're going and consulting with those agencies, and are we making any headway with that?
Sorry, excuse me, we just lost a councillor.
Secretary, can you note?
I think it's right, Prince.
It's okay, sorry. I was just checking I didn't have to do something procedurally.
No, that's fine. Yes, so consulting with and coordinating with the Department of Main Roads and Transport, just in regards to trying to increase the number of local roads accessible to higher productivity vehicles. I'm presuming that we're talking about heavy vehicles, etc. Do we have an update? It says the 30th, obviously, but I'd appreciate it given that it's one of our larger industries for council.
Through you, Mayor. Again, thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, this is a really ongoing advocacy piece. We bring this up regularly at our regional roads and transport group technical committee and looking at individual pieces of road. When we think there is an opportunity, we're doing some safety inspections, both in terms of speed, geometry, etc. So it's an ongoing piece of work. Really happy to take any particular road on notice, and we'll come back and give a further update at assist. But certainly it is in the officers' objectives, and we're certainly bringing it up with the regional roads and transport group, because a lot of them are interface issues between the DTMR roads and our local road network.
A lot of concerns from the heavy vehicles and the companies stem around the movement of road trains, etc., going north and having to come swing right round the region to actually get them north of here. And that is something that has been brought up time and time again from various transport companies within this region. So it's something that I'd like to flag. If there is any possibility, obviously, of duplicating a certain road or some more overtaking lanes that might upgrade it, that would be fantastic. And obviously assistance to not only those companies, but to commuters that actually, and community members that live here and commute all the way up to Toowoomba and those type of areas. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm looking through the list of things in this plan, and either we set out, was it us? Yeah, it was us. Either we set out with an ambitious goal that, in not having a foresight that we were never going to achieve the things on our list, or somehow we've not being clear about the expectations. But so I'm reading through this list, and there's lots of things here that say they're going to be completed by the 30th of June, and many things on this list are not completed. There's many things on the list that haven't even started, and some of those have good reasons for them. But I can't see how every one of these things on here have a really good reason for why they haven't progressed. So I'm just wondering, in the CEO's experience, is this normal? Is this how corporate plans normally look like at the end of the financial year?
Operational plans.
Operational plans, sorry.
I'll take that one as
Right. So I'm just, there's heaps of things in here that our community obviously thought we were going to complete, but we haven't.
Yeah, look, I would say that I was very happy that in the 2025-26 operational plan that was brought to us in budget, it was a lot of thought had been put into what was achievable. You would have noticed that the 25-26 operational plan actually was much more focused on some very key items, and I think probably is quite an improvement on what we had for the previous year under the 24-25 operational plan. Just before we move to a vote, Councillor Wong, did you have that number?
4.3.1.
Councillor Dean?
I just wanted to mention, happy to see the new waste reduction and recycling plan, that the status is commenced. I think it's really important to have a focus on reducing the amount of waste that goes into landfill. I think it's a huge cost to council, so I think if we can have a fantastic plan in place, I think that'll really help all of residents, all of our ratepayers in the long term. So I think it's great to see.
Moving to a vote on that, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 13.8, we have review of policies, and we have a recommendation that council adopt the reviewed policies as presented: anti-discrimination and equal opportunity policy, code of conduct interacting with children and young policy, work health and safety policy, responsible use of AI tools policy, adopt the gifts and benefits policy, and rescind the following policy: rates by exemption policy PLCS 062. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Dean, thank you. I have an amendment, but I might open, do you want to open it?
You need to speak.
I have an amendment to the Code of Conduct interacting with children and young policy, that in item 4.1.2 in the third bullet point,
Could you give us a page, please, Nick?
I can't actually because I don't have that printed. Can somebody
What number,
What
ma'am?
number again?
It's 4.1.2,
Right, gotcha.
the third bullet point. Marion, you're frozen again. The third bullet point, change quote is like to, quote, to quote, might reasonably. Quote. I think that it was meant to say is likely to, but it actually says is like to. But I think it's probably better to apply the requirement of might reasonably rather than likely.
Used to say likely, it got changed to like.
Yes, I think mistakenly. But I think if someone's doing something that might reasonably cause harm, that should be enough rather than something being likely to cause harm. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Windle, thank you.
Should you add in there psychological, psychological? So I think maybe even emotionally should be changed to psychologically, because emotion is not as broad as psychological.
Yeah, I'd be happy to include that in my amendment motion, so if you add at the end there, Marion, and change emotionally to psychologically.
And another one. So same item,
Same dot point, yeah.
Yeah.
Same item and dot point.
so replace
Emotionally,
emotionally.
with psychologically. Do we have any comments or questions on the amendment? Just wait for that to catch up. Okay. So if we go to a vote on that amendment, those in favour? That's unanimous, okay. Does anyone want to speak for or against the motion or on any of the policies?
I just have a question. So is it necessary or does all our staff have to have a blue card? Are they expected to?
It depends on their requirements, it's role specific.
I think it would probably be, but it doesn't have to be included in the policy, but maybe it's a good thing to have anyway.
Do we have a policy where we review periodically national police checks?
Joel asked about the policy. National police checks, but that I don't think would be a policy.
It will, sorry, through you to me, it's not a formal strategic policy of council laws, it is an admin directive
Sorry.
It's not a formal policy, strategic policy that requires adoption, it's an admin directive, so it's an operational procedure.
Right, but that policy does exist.
The operational procedure does exist, yes.
Okay. Moving to a vote on that one. All in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to 13.9, we have a recommendation that council pursuant to section 99(1) of the Land Act 1994 offer no objection to the application for a permanent road closure over part of the road reserve adjacent to lot 145 on ML 344, so long as the two lots are amalgamated. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Richters, thank you. Does anyone want to speak for or against that one? No?
Can I just say, I would prefer to see more development in Goomera than road reserves being going, but I understand why they want to do that.
Going to a vote, all in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. 13.10, we have a recommendation that council pursuant to section 99(1) of the Land Act 1994 offer no objection to the application for a permanent road closure over part of 2 road reserve adjoining to lots 43 on M 341313 and lot 8 on M 341151. Do I have a mover for that one? Councillor Bartley, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Haslett, thank you.
To speak to it, Madam Mayor, there are advantages in sharing some of these road reserves as long as they don't landlock areas. There's a provision for everyone to object if they're in the area to the Lands Department if they find it unsuitable, and those objections are generally taken quite seriously if they're adjoining landholders. The advantage for council is, one, we don't have to maintain the pests on them anymore, as we should, and the second advantage, we'll start collecting rates on it.
I have a question for the planning team, Mayor. The section of land that is just to the left of the long rectangular section of land, it looks like there was a road reserve that went up to that land boundary. Obviously it's not shown on this map, but is there another road frontage to that block of land?
I have to take that on notice, councillor.
I think it's kind of an important thing to know now. That's fine, I'll look it up myself.
Councillor, we did have a briefing on this where you could have
I
followed up
know.
with some questions rather than today.
Just so I can follow up correctly through you, Mayor, which lot are you talking about, the bit at the bottom? Next to the yellow, that joins onto the yellow one, or?
The very large one, which is to the lower left of the area in question, or the left.
Sorry, can you talk about the lot, which lot on plan are you
It
looking
doesn't,
at? Is it lot 8 on M3?
it's lot 8, yeah, on 341515, 151.
So you're asking if that lot has access? What was the question, councillor?
Whether, no, it doesn't, okay.
Is that okay?
No. So that little land that I was just talking about, lot 8 on M341151, if the 2 road reserves are amalgamated into those other lots that are highlighted in red, then lot 8 on M341141 no longer has any road frontage or easement access.
Through you, Mayor, is lot 8 owned by the same individuals?
Yes, the report says it's owned by the same people and they
So
intend
they're
to
closing it.
amalgamate the existing lots.
So
There you go.
so can clarify that lot 8 lot 8, 341, 141, 151 will be amalgamated with the others? And is that in the, that is not,
The applicant has advised that they would amalgamate the area from the road reserve with their existing lots. And that's part of a realignment of boundary application.
so I'd be more comfortable than if the recommendation, like the previous one, actually states in there conditionally that they merge the lots into one.
I don't think we can, I don't think we can enforce that as a condition because they're large enough pieces of land exist in their own right. And I think a part of the Lands Department, when they look at these, we're only a co-responder technically. Look at all the aspects of landlocking and how those blocks will work if they are owned by the same landholder. They go into a lot of work on it. It's probably not a bad idea one day to ask them how they make the assessments on them themselves, because we are really only a co-responder. They make the decision that they're happy to close those roads, reserves.
Yeah, I don't think you can, I concur, I don't agree that you can force an amalgamation when they're two separate lots and, you know, in their own right. Obviously that owner is doing what they want to do with it, and they may do a reconfiguration at some stage in which they are able to sell off one of those lots. So no, I certainly concur with what Councillor Bartley is saying in regards to this.
Because they might do a realignment of boundaries to allow access rather than an amalgamation. I'm not sure why we're forcing them one way or another.
I appreciate that we can't force them. I think that the wording should be that we, in our response to the state government, include in their concerns about the fact that this block of land now has no road access. And until it's amalgamated or until there's a reconfiguration of lots, there is a block of land which could in theory be sold off individually from the other lots of land that has no road access.
Don't you think the owner would know that? Sorry, my apologies.
Are you actually moving an amendment motion, Councillor Richter?
No, man, I won't.
Okay. Going to a vote on that, all in favour? That's everyone except Councillor Richters and those against. Councillor Richters.
Is that question I've noticed still stand? The question?
No, I answered it myself.
It's okay.
Moving on to 13.11, the 2026 show holidays. We have a recommendation that Council nominate the following shows to the Office of Industrial Relations for ministerial approval and gazettal under the Holidays Act 1983. The Stanthorpe Annual Show on Friday 30 January 26, the Allara Annual Show Friday 6 February 26, the Killarney Annual Show Friday 20 February 26, and the Warwick Annual Show Friday 20 March 26. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Bartley, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor McDonald, thank you. Do you want to speak to that at all, Councillor Bartley?
No, it's procedure, Madam Mayor.
Is everyone okay moving to a vote on that one? All in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. We have item 13.2, a recommendation that Council receive and note the minutes from the Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting held on 26 June 2025 and the chairperson report. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Windle, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. Does anyone want to speak? Motion.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to point out that I was an apology for that meeting and I apologise for that, but unfortunately my father-in-law was concerned.
Councillor Richters, okay. Moving to a vote on that, all in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. Item 14.1, we have a recommendation that Council note the attached consultants report and officers' current planned work on the roller door improvements. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Dean, thank you, and a seconder, councillor Wontley. Thank you. Do you want to speak to the motion, councillor Dean?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I just think it's great to see that this is coming to fruition and we're getting this issue fixed. I think council takes public safety very seriously, and I think that it's good to see that it's not only a safety issue, but it was quite hard to lift up. So I think it's good that after these improvements are made, anyone can open those doors with ease. So I think that's a really good improvement to see. So.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? No. For?
Yeah, I just have a few questions regarding this. As you're aware that I brought this motion to a meeting in January with concerns with the door were brought to my attention from some groups using the building. Came to a CIS in June, now ordinary meeting in July. In a media release this week, the council hopes it'll be done by September. But I just need some clarity in all this because there's a bit of time. So we've got the report from the engineers and it says in here, when it's about a maintenance program. But in the report, there's water discharging from the western manhole which presents a risk to the future condition of the structure. Have we addressed that at all?
Through you, Mayor, I'll initially answer, then I'll ask my team to build on my answer. There was a number of maintenance issues identified in the structural report, but none of them were structurally important to the structure of the building. And in relation to the door, as people have commented, that's now under procurement. I think it closes tomorrow, and we're looking forward to getting that installed, subject to ordering times. In relation to the manhole, there's a number of maintenance issues, I'd call them, that are being addressed by the team, and they're forming up a maintenance plan around the structure which will address those.
Through you, Mayor, Councillor, the work is just maintenance. It's talking about the foundations of the building.
All right. Not a water leak as such, no. Okay. So have we got a time when that maintenance or when this roller door, like, I know you said it's closed, tender's closed?
Tomorrow, I think.
Yep. Okay, so then we'll start the process. Like, what sort of process time is involved in that?
Through you, Mayor. So when the tenders close, we then have a meeting with staff. We assess the tenders because that's our sort of due process under our procurement policy. Once we come to a decision on the procurement, it will then come to either myself or the manager, depending on the level of procurement value, and then we will go to that company and finalise arrangements in terms of the successful tender on how long it will take for them to order it and then what the install date is. So knowing now it's sort of mid-July, I would say by the end of August, start of September, the new door should be in place. But we'll come back to council and keep you updated once we know who the successful tenderer is.
Yeah, okay. Because are the clubs still using the facility, though, groups, or not? They're out of it?
The policy still uses the site.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, thank you.
Should we go to a vote on that one? All in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. Item 14.2, Old Stanthorpe Road, we have a recommendation that council endorse the application made for funding submitted on 1 May 2025 through the Queensland Government's Department of Transport and Main Roads Country Roads Connect program to seal the gravel section of Old Stanthorpe Road, Cherry Gully, and approve the change in classification of the unsealed section of Old Stanthorpe Road, CH 20.704 to CH 26.138 to a sealed surface if the funding is approved available. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett and a seconder, Councillor Wontley. Thank you. Do you want to speak to that at all, Councillor Haslett? No. Councillor Bartley.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I believe it now falls into classification in our road hierarchy as a rural road. And if you read the definition of a rural road in our traffic asset management plan, it fits there. It says we may have to review the policy because it doesn't meet the 200 vehicles a day, but we have an out there because it says it's the basis for some decisions, not all decisions. So it fits within the parameters of the traffic asset management plan.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Anyone else? Councillor
I also was of the opinion that given the fact that I drive that road regularly, it's in pretty good condition compared to some of our other roads. However, I really do take heed of the fact that when there is an incident on the New England Highway, it does become the secondary route for everyone to be able to travel north and south, and it does become quite dangerous when you have large trucks going up and down it. So if we were using our money, I probably would object to it, but if it's not our money, go for it.
Moving to a vote on that, sorry.
Through you, Mayor, and sorry for the interjection, but this is a really good news story because we're able to apply for funding, which will give 100% funding if we're successful, at around about the $6.9 million. And so I concur with the councillors that this road, even though on a non-diversion period has got a lower AADT, it does allow, if it's sealed, the ability for us to provide a much safer access for the diversion to the highway with heavy vehicles. So it's a really good news story if we're successful, and we'll continue to follow with the funding authority.
Thank you. Moving to a vote, all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to item 14.3. We have a recommendation that council adopt the updated drought management plan June 2025, undertake a media release informing the community of the new drought management plan, and continue to update the drought management plan with additional working Stanthorpe and associated catchments. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Dean, and a seconder? Councillor Haslett, thank you for moving that, because I know I will move a motion that we lay this on the table till the August meeting, because staff have updated us that they want to do further revisions to the drought management plan. For those in favour of laying it on the table till August 2025, that's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to item 14.4, the recycled water service to Lincoln Park. We have a recommendation that council approve the connection of the recycled water to the Warwick Polo Crest Club, an initial capital budget of $170,000. Require the Warwick Polo Crest Club to install their internal reticulation, enter into a contract with the Warwick Polo Crest Club for a period of 10 years, which includes a zero charge for the recycled water, and that the current raw water from Connolly Dam is provided free of charge until the recycled water connection is provided by council. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wantling, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Dean, thank you. Do you want to speak to the motion, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm in support of a recommendation too on this, but I just have one query. Is there an opportunity for the other clubs to be involved in this?
That's a good question, Councillor Wantling. I'll turn over to Nick for that.
Through you, Mayor, and thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, the way we've designed the first stage is going to be a staged process. So we've now moved the line further down the road at the initial 150 diameter, so that other clubs can in the future access a similar arrangement where council will provide the trunk service to the boundary, and then they will do the reticulation within their individual club. So I think with the further work that the team have done on this, we're also looking at putting a variable speed stage pump, and that means that we can actually handle different volumes in the future rather than replacing the pump set. So the costs have gone up a little bit, but that will future-proof the project as well.
So will we amend that, or can we just use that at a later date for those guys to go and hook up to that, or?
Through you, Mayor, the infrastructure will allow someone else to hook up to that point, or we can come back with a proposal like we've done with the Polo Cross as well. So the infrastructure will allow that flexibility with the install that we're proposing.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Did you want to speak any further, Councillor Wantling?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone who wants to speak against the motion? No. Anyone else who wants to speak for the motion? Councillor Rectors?
Yeah, kind of. So just clarifying that Councillor Wantling has identified that he is moving option 2.
Yeah.
Which is that we will do the recycled water to the boundary, and then it will just require the Polo Cross do their own internal reticulation.
The recommendation is based on option 2.
Yeah.
Because that was the preference. Yes.
So I would like to see included in there that there is an option for the Warwick Polocrosse to well, actually, I don't need to include it in there. I can just talk about it. I think that there needs to be an option for the future if they want to come back to us and ask for a capital assistance loan to be able to do this work themselves. Because I think that, you know, it's a tough ask for a club to be able to fork out a large sum of money. They're an excellent club. They're going to be around for a long time, and I have no doubt that if they asked us for a capital assistance loan, they'll be within a position to be able to pay that back over a period of time. But this is a great use of our recycled water. It is absolutely necessary. So we want to see the Polocrosse Club connect up to the recycled water because it's critical for not only the use of our recycled water, but it's also important to get them off the raw water that's coming from Connolly Dam. So I'm totally supportive of this.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the motion? I might say that I think that, as Councillor Richter said, it's important for us as a council to deal appropriately with our recycled water. And we do need to find useful ways of making that water useful for our sports grounds and our facilities. And I think importantly, by providing connections to, for example, our sports grounds here in town, as we've already done with recycled water, but now extending that to Morgan Park, we add drought resilience to the region. The Polocrosse and the raceway and the motocross and the horse trails, they can bring tourists to our region at a time of drought, and that's really important for our local businesses that those facilities do continue through drought periods. So I think it's a really good step to, one, deal with our recycled water, which we have to as a council, but two, to add some additional drought resilience to the region. Okay, are we ready to go to a vote for that one? All in favour? That's everyone except Councillor Bartley. Oh,
No.
And those against? Councillor Bartley. Okay. Item 14.5, the water restrictions review. We have a recommendation that council approve the proposed water restrictions in principle, engage with community stakeholders to obtain feedback on the proposed restriction changes, and require that a report be brought back for approval of the final recommended restrictions. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Windle, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Windle?
I think it's pretty straightforward, and so I think that most people, it's not that long that we went through a drought. I'm sure that most people are still very, very conscious of the fact of trying to do what they can to restrict their water usage, so we've just got to ensure that we continue down that path as well.
Councillor Haslett.
There is a lot in this that I do very much support. I have a little concern in the winter time, and we will have felt it this morning. When you put timeframes on watering in the morning in winter in this region, you actually then can't do it because your hose is frozen, your pipes are frozen. So that's I guess the only thing to me that any time when you're going to put time frames on something that actually means that it then becomes impossible seems a little bit counterintuitive, but I also don't see another way that you can do it. So I guess it's just something to be mindful of.
Mayor, I'm not supportive of the motion. I'm not supportive of the motion because I don't think we should have water restrictions at all. I don't believe we should have water restrictions at all at the moment. Our drought management plan says that we shouldn't have water restrictions at the moment, yet we still have them. Why? Like, what's the purpose of having a drought management plan that says that right now we shouldn't have water restrictions? Then why do we? I think, like Councillor Haslett said, the times are ludicrous. Let's be honest, no one in this community right now is paying any attention to them at all, because we have abundance of water. And why do we have an abundance of water? Because we're not in a drought, and our drought management plan says we shouldn't have water restrictions. So I'm not supportive of the water restrictions remaining as they are. Water restrictions can be add it back on as soon as we get to the point where we think that we're going to be in strife, and we have the flexibility of doing that at any time we wanted to. But right now, as it stands, the right thing for our community right now is not to have water restrictions.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. These are actually timing restrictions, not use restrictions. So within the time periods, you can use as much water as you want because it's not a limit on what you can use, it's timing. It's really important. I think what's really important about this is there is an acknowledgement that we have ageing infrastructure, and what we are trying to do is eke out the lifetime of that infrastructure by carefully managing peak demand so that we don't have to replace sooner than we need to. We all know that financially we are going to be facing some very big bills when we come to replacement of water infrastructure, and if we can delay those by safely managing peak demand so we're not putting pressure on that system, I think that is a really smart thing to do, and I don't think anyone would thank us for allowing a hell for leather approach that resulted in additional breakages in our system. So I actually think that this is more about managing our infrastructure than it is about managing water use. And if this is what the staff recommend in terms of managing peak demand, then I'm certainly supporting their recommendation. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Bartlett?
I'll be speaking against the motion, Madam Mayor.
I've spoken for, so you can speak against.
I totally agree with Councillor Richters. We didn't have restrictions once when we had abundant water in Leslie Dam, and our finances look very good. We should be in the business of selling water, and that helps replace our ageing infrastructure. I'm not an engineer by any means, but I do understand how water mains use because I'm an irrigator. And the amount of friction you cause by running water through mains has insignificant effect on your water mains because they're always pressurised at the same pressure unless you have a break. So the pressure sits in those mains all the time until you turn your tap off. Then turn your tap on, you've got the pressure. If we were of a mind to not have water restrictions and let people maintain their green areas, rather than just turning the tap on at one time to do it, if they do it regularly over a prolonged period, it's probably less strain on the treatment plant, and that's one thing we do have to be mindful of treating the water. But we've never ever run out of treated water with the amount of population we've got using water, given that we've installed and handed out a lot of money for tanks, which people use for their watering. So I think there's better ideology in encouraging people to use water when we have our allocation in Leslie Dam. And I did ask the question, I think in the briefing session, have we ever used our allocation completely out of Leslie Dam? And the response was no. We've never used our full allocation ever. The time we really need to think about putting restrictions is when we hit 15% at Leslie Dam, because that's when we go to high priority water. And that's when you introduce harsh restrictions. And we've had to do it, and people have measured up to doing it. They've got contingencies in their tanks now, which they regularly get rainfall at the moment. We'll have more dry times than wet, no doubt about that. But I think while we have abundant water, while we have that allocation, why not sell it and actually get a return for it and use that return to renew our ageing infrastructure?
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Can I ask a question through to staff? When people are using tank water for watering, that is not covered by these proposals, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct.
Is it a question, Councillor Richters?
Of course it is. In the drought management plan, I think it's on page 388, or maybe that might just be what it is in our attachments under today's meeting. There's a table there that talks about the restriction level and where periods of restrictions apply. And right now, as far as our water situation sits, we'll be sitting in the blue category. However, what's been asked for in the motion is what falls into the low category on the restriction table. Is that correct?
Through Mayor, I'll get our Manager of Water to respond to that detailed question, but if I may just add from a macro perspective, it is about demand management. We actually do want to sell more water. However, the Mayor is correct in terms of our infrastructure during peak times, which is why we have the restrictions there. If everyone used actually maximum thing, we would actually go way under our firefighting flow pressures, and our raw water storage from the dam, not about the allocation, and our treatment ability is quite limited. So we are trying to actually defer some of those large upgrades on our infrastructure, but obviously this will actually increase the legal watering times through the district by increasing the hours that people can water. So we will sell more water, but we are trying to actually also manage our infrastructure. I'll hand back to our manager of water to talk about the table that you spoke about, councillor.
Through you, Mayor, we're not going to be changing from that blue level by doing this. As you said, they can use as much water as they want to, we're just restricting the times. So in fact they'll be able to use more water, and we're not changing from that blue level in the time. So if I may just respond to a comment by made previously about the Leslie Dam allocation. We've got a certain allocation, and then above that we can keep using with the charge to the rate, and we have used that allocation on a number of occasions and been charged at the higher rate.
Councillor Pigeon?
I just sent you a little message. Can I do a little bit, please?
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Pigeon has just left the meeting momentarily. Does anyone else, that was a against, does anyone else want to speak for the motion? No.
So can I just clarify that we currently have no water restrictions? Is that the level that we're on?
Through you, Mayor, no, we have restrictions. The restrictions that we have at the moment are much tighter than what we're proposing at the moment. We're now broadening those times out so we can sell more water, but we're managing the demand by doing odds and evens, which was the old watering policy before. But we will be having that consultation period about it.
Were you asking about amount of water restrictions?
I'm asking specifically,
or
what
timing?
level of water restriction are we on?
Yes, so you're asking about the drought management water restriction level.
So we either have no
not the
restrictions,
timing.
or they're low, medium, high, or critical.
We are currently on that blue level, which is preparation. So that's a permanent restriction we have, and it just restricts the number of hours,
Right, so no
not the
restrictions.
volume.
Okay. Okay, moving to a vote on that one. All in favour? We have councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Dean, McDonald, Windle and Hamilton, and those against, Richters, Wantling and Bartley. Thank you. Moving on to item 14.6, burial on private property. We have a recommendation that council adopt the burial on private property policy as presented. Do I have a mover for that, councillor Bartley?
Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that's lie on the table.
I think we have to move and second it before the procedural motion, but thank you for heralding that. So do you want to move it for the sake of getting it moved?
Yeah, move it, and so we can.
And a seconder? Councillor Windle, okay, and you want a
I'd
procedural
like to move
motion?
the procedural motion. I think it needs workshopping this, not just an information session where we can espouse some comments to it, because I see some flaws in it. I've just looked at our neighbouring councils. They don't have policies, they have guidelines, permits, forms and everything. Quite sensible, but my concern is that we're actually putting financial imposts on long-term landholders that are generational, with requiring leases. I think the lineal connection is a little bit light on, and I think the distance from adjoining property is a bit onerous in the fact that I think we're not taking into consideration existing property burials where their loved ones would probably like to be buried near them. Now we haven't taken into that consideration of what's already there and what people might like to do to go with their forebears. So I really think it requires a workshop.
Going to a vote on that procedural motion. Those in favour? Councillors Richters, Bartley, McDonald and Windle and Pigeon. And those against, councillors Haslett, Wantling, Dean and Hamilton. So it's passed. Item 15.1, We have a recommendation that the council receive the minutes of the Pest Management Advisory Committee meeting held in Stanthorpe on Thursday 19 June 2025 and endorse the motions moved during the meeting. Sorry, I'm just seeing what. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Pigeon, thank you. Do you want to speak to this, Councillor McDonald?
Yes, having chaired the meeting and down in Stanthorpe, I would say that it was quite an informative meeting. In particular, we had a guest speaker there about the impacts of invasive pests, and certainly I had asked for input there, as you received from the Granite Belt growers and other groups in regards to what extent they are receiving damage from pests such as deer. We also spoke in regards to wild goats and dogs, some of the major issues within this region, and I have had a lot of scuttlebutt that our council is going to remove the bounty, and I have spoken to numerous people and said that is, as far as I'm aware, not on the cards. CEO, can you confirm if there is any? Yeah. And it is the first I've certainly heard of it. It's very important to this region. In fact, we've seen an increase for the last 4 years. I think bounties were up around that 30,000, being 300 head of dogs. Now we're up to 40,000 per year annually, and I think it's quite an effective control mechanism for these dogs. And there was some concern in regards to dingoes, the differentiation between a normal canine or a wild dog and a dingo, and we'll address that by having a speaker come in the near future to actually talk to us about the differences with those two. However, I believe it's quite minimal in itself because there's interbreeding between dogs, etc. But I won't go into the details. I just see, as a landholder, I see the results, and I can tell you it's not pretty what they do to our stock. And certainly from a horticultural perspective, the movement of deers is increasing, and it's something we as a council and our pest management committee certainly need to keep an eye on. So that was the crux of the meeting, and I think there was some fairly good input there. Thanks, Mayor.
Anyone else want to speak to that? Moving to a vote, those in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. On to 15.2, we have a recommendation that the application for realignment of boundaries 4 lots into 3 lots on land at the Cunningham Highway and Rabbit Road, Leslie, described as lots 1 and 2 ML 1753 and lots 4 and 253 ML 1754 be approved subject to conditions. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Richter, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Bartley, thank you. Do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, Mayor, I think this is a good use of the lots that are there, because it creates one very large productive agricultural lot, and then creates 2 smaller lots on land that's not so viable, and reduces the footprint of potential housing in areas where it's not ideal, and then also means that the larger lot is now a viable farming in its own right. So I'm supportive of this. I'm supportive of it because it's a reconfiguration of lots. If it was a subdivision, I'd have a different opinion, but I'm supportive of this one.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? No. Councillor Pigeon, do you want to speak for?
No, I just wanted to say that in the past, just to make fellow councillors aware in the room, that I have worked with Alpha Plan B. So before we moved into a vote, I just wanted to make them aware of that, whether they felt that I needed to confer a conflict of interest. Sorry.
Are you declaring a conflict?
Yes, I'm declaring a conflict of interest. Sorry, it was late.
That's okay. And do you want to just remove yourself, or do you want to stay in the room and vote? Or do you want to
I'll
just
remove myself.
Okay,
I'll remove myself, thank you.
thank you. I'll just put you on.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? No. Anyone else want to speak for the motion? Councillor Bartley?
Along the same lines as Councillor Richter's, the planning benefit is that we keep the larger lot in agricultural use, and it's in the more arable, part of it is in the more arable land where it can be probably more productive and serves a purpose if someone wants a lifestyle block out of the other ones. Not to say we don't make these real limited boundaries contingent on what the future use will be apart from the larger agricultural lot. What the smaller lot becomes where it can still remain agricultural in its own right. So, but it is good to see those larger lots being produced and not having them, the minor parcels of land sitting around. It is good in some respects for the rates for the landowner. It probably reduces his rating in some respects, but that's a benefit for him. But I think the overall benefit for the region is we're keeping more agricultural land in agricultural use.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Anyone else to speak? No, I'm supportive of the motion again because I think it does give us a larger prime ag block that offers protection to that farming land going into the future. So I think that fits absolutely with what we are trying to achieve as a council. Going to a vote on that. All in favour? It's everyone except Councillor Pigeon, who's absent audibly from the meeting. I'll just remove that. Okay, moving on to item 17.1. We have a recommendation that we move into confidential session in accordance with section 254J3A1 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, which permits the meeting to be closed to the public for business relating to negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Do I have a move for that? Yeah, Councillor Wendell and seconded Councillor McDonald, yes. Does anyone want to?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I don't believe that all of 17.1 fits the category of being required to be closed. I think that the names and the services being provided by businesses is of public interest. I agree that the values and some other details should remain confidential, but I don't believe that the names of the businesses and the services they provide to council should be confidential.
Question to staff, once we approve the list of sole and specialised suppliers, is it made public? Yes. Would it be made public? Once we appoint sole and specialised suppliers, is that information publicly available?
Take that on notice, or if not, take that on notice.
Yes.
But I can understand.
That would be good. I actually personally have questions in relation to the list that are confidential. So in order for my questions to actually be heard before we vote, I strongly need to move into a confidential session to be able to get answers to those questions and feel comfortable in voting on the matter.
Thank you, Mayor. On that basis, then I'm happy to not worry about it, because obviously that I'd like to hear what those questions are.
Okay, so moving to a vote on moving into confidential session. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 17.1, we have a recommendation that council resolves in accordance with section 235A and B of the Local Government Regulation 2012 that it is satisfied with the nominated suppliers listed in attachment 1 as sole or specialised suppliers, and that they may be added to or renewed under the sole supplier register. The register will be reviewed prior to the end of the financial year for the forthcoming financial year, and delegates authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 to enter into contracts, negotiate, finalise and execute any and all matters associated with or in relation to approved sole specialised suppliers subject to Council's normal procurement policies and practices. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Richters, you had an amendment motion.
Yeah.
That suppliers number 8, 9 and 15 be removed from the nominated suppliers list to allow further information to be provided. Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Dean, thank you. Okay. Going to the vote on that one. Voting on the amendment, the first amendment, those in favour? Councillor Richters and Dean, and those against? Councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Watling, Bartley, McDonald, Windle and Hamilton. We then have a second amendment that suppliers number 16, 17 and 18 be removed from the nominated suppliers list to allow further information to be provided. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wendell, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor McDonald, thank you. Those in favour? We have Councillors Pigeon, Richters, Dean, McDonald, Windle and Hamilton, and those against, Councillors Haslett, Watling and Bartley. Going back to the original motion as amended. Are the movers and seconders happy to remain as movers and seconders? Okay. All in favour?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. I will be not supporting the motion for the sole supplier list on the basis that under section 235 of the Local Government Regulations, I am not satisfied that for some of these items that there is only one supplier that's reasonably available, or that they're of a specialised or confidential nature that would prevent us from going out to quotes or tenders. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Okay, going to a vote, those in favour? Councillors Haslett, Watling, Bartley, Dean, McDonald, Windle, Hamilton and Pigeon. Those against? Councillor Richters, thank you. Item 17.2, we have a recommendation that Council submit a variation to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority to reduce the scope of the Easy Street Stormwater Drainage Project to design only, retain $175,000 to complete designs and relinquish the remaining funding to QRA with the resulting reduction of scope, and allocate funding in future budgets to establish drainage easements. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Dean, thank you. Going to a vote on that one, all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. And I close the meeting at 1:35.